Hello everybody! Welcome once again. I'm the Epic Party Guy, and this is Dyson Sphere tonight. We are firstly going to be... There we go. Sound, the music, the lights, the camera! Hello everyone! Tonight's a special night, for no particular reason. Sponsored unofficially by Screwball. I was tempted to do a drunken hitman night, but there's so much I want to get done in this, and I don't know. I don't like leaving things partly done. So what? It's just gonna be pretty much a night of getting the Waterworld planet operational. And that means I'm going to need at least one mining setup here. Okay, good. And this isn't going to be a very problematic one. Now I do have 12 mining machines here. And one of you, so... So, that means that we're going to be combining two of these. Let's make it here, this one. This 3. Is that gonna do it? No. Oh, this might be a little... Sigh. Yay, more belt wrangling. See? No problem. I really love that update they did. That's just such a quality of life. I don't know if there was a mod for it, but I would believe it if there was. Where it automatically lifts it up that half step. go. Go. As long as it gets over that 10% mark, should be fine. And as long as each area is able to independently be over 10%, I'm okay with waiting a little bit to combine them all. First of all, second of all. Second of all, I will be setting up the energy exchanges for accumulators tonight here, even though we don't have a charging situation for them yet. And that's fine. Let's go over from here, so let's just say... These pull in 420, so that's 4.5 megawatts. This pulls in, so okay, we need 35 megawatts. I mean, it shouldn't be. Oh, I should have just, still can. Copied from over here. Hello. And there we go. That's all set. Now, because we have 11 miners here, I don't need to worry about how many each one's producing. Just give each one an individual thing. Hello, hello, Dolorosa. Welcome to the stream. Always wonderful to have you on board. How's the sphere going? The sphere's not going, actually. We're not to that point yet. Oh, I didn't. Oops. Okay. Correct. We have not begun the Dysoning of the spheres. There we go. Well, another successful outpost. Jeez. Oh. Ah, you'd think I'd be used to that by now. Anyway. So. Yes, drink. Get wrecked. Really? You're gonna be in charge of helping to correct that when you're over next. You realize that, right? I don't need those yet. There you are. So yes, tonight the special guest is Screwball Whiskey, but I have one or two interesting contenders to try out at the next audition at the next tryouts for special guests. I wouldn't exactly say fancy, but... Nope. There we go. There's a lot of clicks. Go. What are we looking at here? If it's not being served in a solo cup, then it's fancy. All right. If that's, you know, if that's your criteria. I mean, if that is, you know, your choice in companions at the moment, then, you know, that's your choice. Oh, you love a truly fancy drink, huh? What kind of truly fancy drinks do they have where you are at the moment? It's all been. Oh, I had. Darla Rosa says I haven't actually had a good cocktail in a while. I haven't had a cocktail yet. It's all been beer because it's beer guy. I'm actually helping brew tomorrow. Helping to bring life into this world with. That's a bit of a step. I didn't know you two were at that stage yet. But no, do you prefer the cocktails with the layers or the cocktails where you can't taste the alcohol or you're not sure what it, or it's a brand new taste? There we go. All cocktails. Cop out. Hello, Vivacious Cage. Welcome to the stream. So Vivacious, we were just discussing cocktails of various flavors and profiles. Do you have any preferences, interests, comments, criticisms, concerns. Well, that's what we were talking about, Vivacious Cage, but at the moment, what I'm working on here is getting this water world built up into can't drink. Okay. So, eventually, this world is going to be spiniform into nanotubes and oil into refined oil. And so I've got 1, 2, 3 mining setups set up. And I don't know why exactly I did that. Because I think oh, now there's a good point. None of these should be leaving the planet. Wait, is that true? The spiniform definitely should not be leaving the planet, but perhaps the screw it. And Dolarosa says Kevin Costner would love this. I think he would hate it. Why? Because it reminds him of the massive flop that was the movie called Waterworld. And Vivacious Cage says, I recently went to another planet. I'm setting up auto logistic towers, the planet, and the space one. Nice. I was just debating with myself whether I should set it up with planetary logistic systems or interplanetary logistic systems, because while I don't want the spiniform to ever be leaving this planet, there's no reason it should be. The oil might be sent off to another planet, because how it's going to be is 2 to 2 and then 2 to 3. So, I mean, the main point here is that we get nanotubes being made, and you know what? I should make it more organized for myself. Let's make a to-do list. Get it where I can see it. So, spiniform mining. Done. Oil refining is optional. What do I need here? There, to remind myself what needs to be done. So, nanotubes are these lovely things. Carbon nanotubes are single sheets of carbon atoms in a lattice bent to make a tube. So, normally they're made from Graphene, which is single layers of carbon atoms arranged in a lattice, catalyzed with titanium, according to this, to be made into tubes. And those tubes are used for fusion power plants, frame metals, particle broadbands being directly needed for purple science, and most importantly, more or less, Proliferator Mark III. And so once I get this spiniform processing going, it's gonna be a thing. So, but I want to get right. Let's set up energy exchangers. I think this is the right way. We'll see. Temporarily disconnect things. Okay, yeah, they are huge. They have a huge footprint. And apparently that's a thing. Okay, so I've got 9 of these. And as much as I don't like using splitters, this is kind of what's needed. And you'll see why in a moment. Yes. Okay, so we are looking for these to use charged accumulators and generate power with them, meaning they need to be set to discharge. What are nanotubes used for? I think that was asked before I explained. I don't like to use them because on the large scale, they are bad for UPS, the updates per second, meaning the what? First of all, the belting is stupid. But yeah, how many updates your computer can perform a second? They are apparently processor intensive and require extra planning. So yeah, it's a nitpick that I don't need to deal with right now. But okay. So if I remember how to do this correctly. Now, in some other games, like Astro Colony, and I believe using logistic circuits in Minecraft, what you can do is you tell it that like every third item goes this way, or like send one there, one there, one there, one there, one there, one there, or one here, two here, one here, two here, one here, two here, that sort of thing. But here in Dyson Sphere, splitters are always equal output. So whether it's 2 in and 2 out, 1 in 2 out, 1 in 3 out, or 3 in 1 out. So that doesn't really matter here, because these will be the limiter as anyway. But if okay, so the intention here is that we call in charged accumulators. Charged accumulators are, well, accumulators are here, and they can hold 270 megajoules. These are able to process them at 45 megawatts, at a rate of 45 megawatts. Why do I say process and not use? Because this same building is used to charge them elsewhere. So when you have an excess of power, meaning generation is higher than consumption, you can charge it if it's set to charge. It just mucks with the logic if it's conditional or whatever. You can, and so you do that on a planet where you have a lot of power being produced, or surplus power being produced is the real thing, where you have surplus power, and then you bring them here, and you put them through here, discharge. Now, they're coming in on this belt here, and I believe, if I've said it correctly, or if I remember correctly, that the output belts will always take the discharged accumulators and just pass it along. And anytime that an energy exchanger set to discharge gets an empty accumulator brought in, it just immediately spits it back out. And 270 megajoules at a rate of 45 watts is 6 seconds. So, a single belt of this, you could keep stocked 180 of these, and we obviously don't need 180 of them. Now, I could do this. And get 4 more in here. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, thank you. Not because I'm superstitious, but I'm superstitious. 14. That's too close anyway. The belts would be weird. My triskaidekaphobia is contending with my desire for efficiency. Oh. These things also have a huge hitbox. Yeah. Oh, lack of item. BS. Oh, really? Oh. Okay. Well, that's good. But... Okay. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There we go. Another successful outpost. Bing! All right. Alright, so we're gonna have like 3 here, or 2 or 3 here. Yeah, I need to set those up. Let's make one right here going this way and see how large it is. You were trying to get an even number of energy exchangers. No, I was trying to avoid 13. Why? Strictly for superstitions. It's like the only bit of superstition I actually adhere to. Avoiding the number 13 in things. I don't know why that... I don't know why. So, I mean, I could have fit one more in there and gotten 45 more megawatts being provided on a sustainable basis, but we don't need to worry about that. Yeah, it's weird how different numbers get an occult significance. Like in Japanese and Oriental cultures, 4 is considered a death number because their word for the number 4, shi, is you have fun, Dolorosa. I know where you're at. The number 4 sounds like their word for death. So when you're talking about 4 number of things, I will be getting the advanced miners tonight. Not, and I mean, which means you're right. I mean, so I will be getting them tonight. And all that's needed for that, everything is set up to get the production of those begun. All that's needed for that is that I start mining optical grading crystal. And that is a rare resource which is not found in the home system. And it is used generally only for... Wrong. Here. What are these items called photon combiners? And I am blanking on what else. There's a third thing. These photon combiners, these here, advanced mining machines, right there, and ooh. See, I was thinking solar sails, but no, solar sails take the photon combiner, which is why I was thinking about it. It would be an advanced recipe. Yeah, not recalling. Oh, Casimir crystals. you can use optical grading crystals instead of titanium crystals. Now, it's 8 optical grading crystals per 1 titanium crystal, but that's still a bargain. That's still very, very much ideal. So. But yes, thank you for keeping me honest. Thank you for holding me to what I say I will do. Casimir crystals, right here, they are a pain in the ass. Because, right here, 12 hydrogen. And the friggin' ratioing for the assemblers of that is already a pain in the ass. So, but yeah, Casimir crystals are used in plane filters, and they are only used in plane filters. And plane filters are used in the Smelter Mark II, and more importantly, quantum chips. Quantum chips are used in pretty much all of the top tier items. That's the Assemblers Mark III, the carrier rockets, artificial stars, which are the top tier power producer, and vertical launching silos, as well as green science. And green science is used for warpers. So you boil that down, that Casimir crystals, one of the most annoying things, because it has this 12 item requirement. Doesn't matter what the item is, it's this requirement right here that's a pain in the ass. That just, God, why? So, yeah, so these Casimir crystals are heavily, unfortunately, heavily needed. So, there's our boundary for making... why is the 12 item thing annoying? Because, nothing else uses 12. So you have 30 items coming in at, on a tier 3 belt. And 12 goes into it 2.5 times. So that means that you're, on a single belt here, yeah, on a single belt, 2.5 times, and it's every 4 seconds. So a single belt, a single full belt of hydrogen can only sustain 10 Mark II assemblers, and that's Mark II assemblers. Mark III assemblers, it's 6 2/3. So that 6 2/3, you either work out how to get that extra third to the assembler, or you just accept that you're not going to have full utilization of your of an assembler, which throws off the entire statistics panel, because that's assuming that every assembler has full utility and full. It's annoying. But good questions. Those are good questions. Those are very good questions. So let's. Here we found the equator, and there's the outer side return. For this, we are going to need. I forgot to pick some of these up. think it is. I think it is. I think it is. I think it is. So, yeah, carbon nanotubes at speed 2. 6 go in, 2 come out. That is not how this works. Gotta flip these. Alright, and we're good. So it's 3 every second, which means it is already a Mark II. And on here, that's what it's like. And there is the next tropic line. This area is for spiniform processing, right? That is correct. So we are taking in the advanced recipe for carbon nanotubes is 6 spiniform go in, and 4 seconds later, 2 nanotubes come out. But these items, these chemical plants are Mark II. And the only difference between the Mark I and the Mark II is that the Mark II operate at twice the speed. At 2x speed. Mark I operates at 1x speed. So when the recipe says 4 seconds at 1x speed, that means 4 seconds. 2x speed, 2 seconds. So, but for spacing, I want to make it I want to see at what point the grid crunch screws with us. There we go. So, and I should have known that it would, because I want to make a full tropic to equator blueprint. With energy poles in between. Okay. Grid crunch is an advanced concept in this. So because you're trying to map squares, these squares, this grid, onto a sphere, the squares near the equator are going to be a different size than the squares at the pole. And a different shape as well. But can you see that here? No. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. And so, but the buildings are the same size. So because the squares are becoming smaller, and the buildings are the same size, that means that things aren't going to be playing nice. And so grid crunch is when, like what I just showed here, that things that are right next to each other near that tropic line are farther apart right here. Even though this is, that's the centers of them are the same number of squares apart. Now these tropic lines are where the mapping system corrects itself. And instead of letting the squares get smaller and smaller and smaller and tiny and tiny and tiny, it says, okay, stop. We're going to have a discontinuity here. And as you can see, the squares are different sizes again. But the size right here is more or less the size right here at the equator. So, one station's worth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, that's interesting. Oh, that could be useful. Okay. And yeah, grid crunch is the bane of anyone who wants to make huge blueprints like I do. Personally, I would love it to make a planet-wide blueprint, and I will do that. I will go into sandbox mode one of these streams and make a planet-wide blueprint for a forge world, for an electromagnetic turbine world, for just something that is like very, very, very end game. What you do is you go to a new planet, you tell it, okay, pave over the whole planet, lowering all veins, and just set these smelters here, set these assemblers here, whatever. And it's going to be very end game, so it's going to make use of Mark II smelters, which I don't have yet. So, you'll get to see that at some point. But what I was saying earlier is that I was seeing how many, because this is, oh, I was thinking 2 to 1. It's actually 3 to 1. Yeah, because it's 3 belts coming in for 2 belts going out. So, interesting. I could do that with using a piler. Okay, I should explain. So normally most other recipes are 2 to 1 in one way, shape, or form. Where let's take processors for example here, where there's 2 green and 2 blue, so 2 green and 2 blue get combined into 1 yellow. And so what I would do typically is have, I'm sure you've seen it, the inputs going on the outside, like this, so that 1 belt here through these assemblers makes half a belt here from this side, and 1 belt of each here to these assemblers makes half a belt here, so that between these 2 rows they're making full use of that output belt. Well, how that applies here is that this is 3 to 1. So that means if we have this as an input belt, this as an input belt, and this as an input belt, and then at the end, we have enough of these chemical plants to make use of the entire input belt. And then we have this output belt wrap around here. You have 1, 2, and 3 input belts feeding 1 output belt. And there's your 3 to 1. But with proliferation, that complicates it. So it turns it from 3 to 1 to 3 to 1 1/4. Ugh. And really, you mostly want to just maximize the output belts. You don't really want to maximize the input belts. That would be nice, but, you know, not required. Alright. Sorry, responding to some lurid texts I've been getting. Yep, that's what I expected from that one. Ha! Alright. So 3 to 1 1/4. Well, if I have 9, 3 sets of 3. Oh, that's... If I do... Because each station can handle up to 12, that gives kind of an artificial max. So, if we do 6 output belts, we can fully maximize that by 2.5 input belts, and that's 10. So, that also gives us an extra whatever for proliferators. Not bad. Alright. So, we have... There. If we do that, we can actually shave you off. Yes, that's the so there's the repeating pattern. And there's where... so, because this doesn't repeat enough to... we have this space here. We can't... each one of these represents a full setup. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is 2 sets of 6 outputs, and I don't know what I'm saying at this point. One, 2, 3. Yes, we have enough space. One, 2, 3. To have wind turbines helping power things. Because when in doubt, expand power production. Hello, Rocket Wolf. Welcome to the stream. I've just been doing a lot of mental calculations for this spiniform production, and I think I've got about half of it correct, because I do have a special guest star tonight. I would say who it was, but I'm not sponsored yet. So, hashtag not sponsored yet. What am I doing? So there's the boundary for our. So good question of where do we have the stations? Well, here we have 1, 2, 3 out. 1, 2, 3 out. And yeah, it's gonna be 6 to 2.5. So these account for one station. I'm gonna back it up to here. And what do these do? These will be bringing in spiniform. These will be putting out carbon nanotubes, and they'll also be handling proliferator and warpers. Vivacious Cage asks, you were talking about automatic pilers. What do automatic pilers do? Automatic pilers are something that was introduced when I was not really paying attention, and basically once you have I don't have any with me because I almost have never used it before, and I don't need to use it for this spiniform setup just yet, for this spiniform production. But pretty much, if I have it so that there are, if it's a 2-to-1, it would be a building that would take one belt going in here, and then a second belt going right on top of it, because it's got 2 inputs and 1 output, or depending on how you set it up, 1 input, 2 outputs. But that's not what I'm talking about right now. And it has 1 output, so 2 inputs, 1 output. But what is the output? It outputs a stack of 2. So instead of, what can I do here? Like that. Instead of them looking like this, it's a little hard to show, but they will be like this, would be on top of here, stacked of 2, a stack of 2. And so therefore, these Mark III belts, instead of transporting 30 items a second, could instead transport 60 items a second, or 90 items a second, or 120. No more, because you're limited to, limited at 7. 7. What the heck am I talking about? I just saw viewer count. Limited to a stack of 4. That's just however high the tech tree can go at the current time. Assuming no mods. I don't know mods that change that, but whatever. But that also means that sorters move a stack. So these Mark I sorters that do 1.5 trips a second, going this short of a distance, they would move 1.5 stacks a second off of the belt. Most buildings do not output a stack. You need a piler to stack it. Yes, it is cool. Now, advanced mining machines can output stacks. And logistics stations can output stacks. I believe that is the fingers crossed I'm not making an ass of myself and that I'm not talking out of my ass, that is. However, I believe that those are the only things that can output stacks. Those are the only things I've ever dealt with for the outputting of stacks, that output stacks. And now we want pancakes. Neither here nor there. How many are you? 12. Excellent. Oh, and look at me, I got off track. I should finish this up. Now, when I said that I wasn't really paying attention to them, I wasn't kidding. I'm sure it's all described in the tutorials, but I've never read the tutorials. So yeah, this is a decent one too. Oh, shoot. Crap. There is a... I mean, that could actually go into one of these, because this is 6 out, 2.5 in, so... yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Just set that up to be there. So, what I would... So, to follow up with what I was saying before I got distracted by the powers of ADHD, I would be using automatic pilers to have the outputs of multiple outputs be combined and piled to go into the logistics station. So, therefore, you get the output of... You can have like 3 to 1, 3 to 1, 3 to 1, and you just stack them all on top of each other, and it would be 3 out, 1 in, which cuts down on the number of ports on the stations you're using up, which is one of the main limiting factors of designing this. Alright, wait. Oops. So, yeah, it's 6 to 2.5, or 9 to 3 3/4. But as I just said, I could do 9 to 1. Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna do that tonight. I'm not gonna do that here because this. Okay. Yeah, going against completely rewriting my design strategy and schema is not in the cards tonight. Oh, it is 3-1. Okay. I keep saying that, but it's... Wow, it's almost like I am just... burned by a special guest tonight. So... What is it? Shit. There we go. Hooray, blueprint tweaks. So, yes, that's what I'll do. So why am I moving these? Because those sprayers are a constant pest. wrong. With a minus to have them overlap. Okay, so let's do that. Alright. Now let's actually think about how many we actually need. So, using the advanced carbon nanotube recipe, that's consuming 6 every 4 at 2x speed. So it's really 6 every 2, so 3 every 1. So, on a Mark III belt, that means 10 of these. So, okay, way more than we need because we're going to ignore the belts. We're going to ignore the sprayers. Facing the wrong way. Whatever. Wait. Because remember, we're not designing for down here. We're designing for the entire tropic. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just had a silly thought. Okay, well, first of all, oops. So first of all, this is where the inputs could go to. Now if we had another line of input here, and then use splitters to, you know, have it go into one, and then the overflow would go into. Is that being ridiculous? That might be being ridiculous. We have the space for it. for that? Yes, there is. That's freaking weird. Alright, whatever. So yeah, let's go with this. Now, I've already explained my dislike for splitters and really how little of an issue that is. So it's not really being two divided by 3 times 1.5. No, 1.25. Actually, we have 4 coming in. Yeah, okay. How many can this one additional sustain? That would be 10. there's 3. Okay. Vivacious Cage asks, do I have an auto processor set up? If I do, can I see it after you're done with this? Sure. Processors are... Where are they? Not in this system. On 2. They're produced on 3. Okay. So yeah, I'll go to Alms 3 after this. Now, can I squeeze out one more here? I think I can. And that's fine. This is so weird. I think I did something similar with a different setup. But you know what? If it's stupid but it works, it's not stupid. It is fucking ugly though. Oh, that's too close together. that's got the spacing I want. So you are coming over here. So there. You are going there. Made my first planetary logistics station. Congrats! Well done. I'll drink to that. Yeah, watching what you design work, and for the first time, as you want it to work, as you hoped it would work, is really one of the best feelings out there. That foundation. All right. Now, how badly did I screw this up? The answer might be rather. I don't actually need. I want this to come up from here. Now, let's see. Does that do it? Now, that moment of truth. Oh, why did I do that? Okay. Is that... No. That is... Oh... Okay. Douche. What? Collide with other objects. Oh! Oh no! No! No, 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 no. No. I try... Oh, with the Tesla towers. Okay. And with the splitter. Yeah. See, it's really hard to blueprint with wind turbines within Grid Crunch for exactly this reason. Which is one reason why I should have done it from up here down, which I have done previously. But you know what? My special guest needs a refill. So, un momento, por favor. And that's good. Oh no. Committed abuse. Stop. Let's give this a shot and there. Do that. What am I missing? Belts and chemical plants. Okay, fine. Alright, so way too many drones. Got it. Thanks. What can I stash away? Ah. Honestly, not really needed. Especially with infinite resources, but this is the correct thing to do. Okay. Tried to do it. Tried so hard, it got so far. No. Anyway. Yeah, because I want it to be all... Okay, so here's the full thing. The regular thing, that is. that it? Is that the only change needed? No. Really? It does have a... oh, I don't like that. It does have a irregular footprint. That's too far out. Okay. So yeah. Okay. what? Why is that not? Ah, I see. Okay, so now that I've made this way more complicated than it needed to be, I can English. Yeah, okay. I see how it is. is mostly that. Okay. Of course, I already see tweaks that I kind of want to make to it, but really? Wow, that is a crap ton of power. How much do these pull? 2 megawatts each? And there's 160 of them. Okay. Well, I do believe we're going to officially cross this one off the list. Excellent. That is a definite save point. Alright, and I'm back. Bing. So, yeah, we successfully actually have simple and I'd like to get this to that's plenty of plenty of now we are eventually going to need a total of 4,663 nanotubes seconds. No, a minute. Yeah, 4,667 minutes. And that's what we've got. Okay, carbon nanotubes are handled for the rest of the game. Nice. And that is wow, I was totally wrong. I looked at the wrong Alright. We're eventually going to be 22,686 a minute. So we only need one more of these setups. Right. We only need one more of these setups. Which that's more than doable. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so we have universe exploration level 4 done. So, once I'm done here, what I'm going to do is get... we're going to look for a tidally locked planet. me update the to-do list here. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Because that's what I said I would do tonight. But I'm gonna friggin' do it. So, yeah. Find a tidally locked planet and build a disco ball. Charge energy exchangers. Energy exchangers charging setup on the disco ball. Now, the annoying thing with accumulators is that. Sorry, vivacious. When you discharge it, you still have a empty accumulator to deal with. That's why these have an input and an output. And if the exchangers cannot get rid of the empty accumulators, they can't bring in charged accumulators. So if the belts are full because the station is full, because the station can't get empty accumulators out, the whole thing goes to shit. As I was saying, I realized that it would be good to know this. But so with energy accumulators, if they cannot spit out empty accumulators, because when they discharge an accumulator, they spit out an empty accumulator. I applied that with the belts and with what I was talking about before. But if they can't output the empty accumulator because the belt is full, then they can't bring in a charged accumulator. Now, why would the belt be full if the station is full? And the station would be full if it can't export empty accumulators. So we need to make it. We can't allow accumulator production to just run rampant. So whether that means that you manually turn off the production is one thing, but I've also previously had it where I just automatically had one solitary accumulator be one solitary accumulator be feeding with a side loading belt into the one of the setups charging accumulators. So what are you doing right now? Well, I've updated the to-do list, and so one thing that I found was that here, with all the setups that I've produced, I have a theoretical maximum production of 12,000 nanotubes a minute. And using a Factorio calculator, I've previously worked out, not previously, but I have it open in a web browser, that I need a total of 22,686 nanotube a minute. And that is for an end result. You know what? Let me add rockets to that. Let's say 3,000 rockets a minute, just for S's and G's. Where does that here? Oh, you know what? Let's not do 3,000 a minute. Let's do 1,000 a minute. Okay, so that makes it rounded up to 40,000 a minute. So 39,848 a minute, nanotubes a minute. But that is, we're just gonna round up to 40, and that means that with this setup making 12. I need 2 or 3 of these setups. So I'm just dropping why am I not completely filling this out? Because I don't think I have the soil that I need to fully build this out. Right, because I put some things in my... Oh. Okay. How do you pull off just 200 of a material in the interstellar logistics station? Well, from here, I can right-click, which opens up this, and apparently... Yeah, looking at this, oh wow, they've really improved what this is right here. So, yeah, I can type in the amount, if I want exactly 517, for example. Okay, so press and hold the right mouse button brings up this tooltip window. And you can either type in the number that you want, you can press shift and move around to increase or decrease by a full stack count, which in this case is 30 per stack. Because you see it 30 per stack. Just gonna drop all that back in there. Or plus or minus just to go up and down that, whatever. I can also do this, or if the mouse is away from it, it's all the way down here. You want that. So I honestly had no idea about that. That is fantastic. They have really improved that, I think. So as for now another question is, how did only 400 get sent here to the wind turbine? How did only 400 wind turbines get sent? Well, that's because there are only 400 to be sent in the originating station. If I click here, you see this one is set to have the maximum at 400. And the minimum load of vessels here is set such that it will send if it has only 400. Or it will still send. It won't wait to have a full vessel load. Yeah, so I'll just need 2 more full setups of this. Two more, finish this out and then double the whole thing somewhere on this planet. And you know what? That's fine. That is fantastic. But for now, we're good. Save. There we go. There. Nanotube Central. So, are there any other research items we have that I really feel like I check this every single stream? Oh, might as well. Might as well. So yeah, all these require white science, and we don't have white science being produced just yet. So let's get this back to display per second, because that's what I, in my head, deal with. Oh, right. I don't need to double this. Oh, yes. Okay, yes I do. Yes I do. Never mind. Alright. So, I'm gonna do... that. Change that. That energy exchanger's charging setup on the disco ball, and I just had it in head. Oh. Yeah, proliferators Mark III. So, here's the thing. I'm actually not sure which is a better option. Finding a tidally locked planet and then making it a disco ball. Disco balls are solar panels, the entire tidally locked side. And, ideally, wind turbines along the back, on the night side. Or a lava planet. Now, question is, where's their optical grading crystal? There's a tiny bit of optical grading crystal right there. Right here. Okay. Ooh, another water planet. Okay. Well, the next thing to get is indeed optical grading crystal. Holy crap! 175? Where is it? Crystal Desert. I haven't seen that biome before. I'll drink to that. Cheers, motherfucker. and wind. So I'm gonna go there next. Get every single scrap of optical grading crystal I can. And iron, cause why the hell not? And it's just gonna be mining as well. Okay, well, I'm gonna leave this as it is right now. So, you know what I forgot to do? Write down the name of what I just found it on. Oh. Oh, right, you wanted to see processors. I'll check that on the way out of this, what do I need when I go there? Well, firstly, what can I drop off? Drop those off for sure. There. What am I gonna need? I'm gonna need a lot of these. I'm gonna need a metric ton of these. That's probably more than enough. Yeah, that's more than I need. It'll be fine. Okay. What am I gonna need? Yeah, so what am I gonna need? Mostly... Um, where's the... There it is. Moving closer to the logistics distributors that spit out foundations so that I can get all the way up to the 10,000 I'm calling for. Reset. Now, am I going to need these? Maybe. That is way too many. I don't need that many. Oh, well, I can store them in this. That'll be fine. Okay, so I have stations. I will need belts. This is going to be a lot of belts. That'll be fine. You know what? Let's grab that. Couldn't hurt. There was something else. Oh, right. It had a... it had a gas giant in it, so I should provision that. Now, another question is, should I be setting up multiple gas giants? And I really don't need that. I don't think I need it. Yeah. I'm already way dude, hurry up. Ooh, ew. Yeah. Any little bit that helps, right? All right. So. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to grab a couple of. Sure. And that will be more than enough. Let's put this back. And we should be good. Oh, you know what? Okay. Couldn't hurt. Now, I don't think I'm gonna be encountering any... any lava planets, but couldn't hurt. Already got a full thing of that, full thing of that. I'm not dealing with labs right now. Yeah, got solar panels, got wind turbines, got stations, got drones, got vessels. Alright, so let's head out. So, Vivacious Cage, you said you wanted to see the dedicated processor setup. We can certainly take a look at that, and I'm going to use this extra 45 seconds to hydrate. Okay. Here we are. So, processors take in two green circuits and one microcrystalline structure, which I erroneously call a blue circuit because it's actually a quantum chip is the blue circuit. But two green and two blue, and spit out one yellow. One processor per cycle. What is that? Every 3 seconds. So because it's 2 in, 1 out, I have 2 rows, each of dedicated inputs with a shared output. Now, because it's every 3 seconds, that means they need the equivalent of 90 assemblers, Mark II assemblers on either side. That means 45. However, these are Mark III assemblers working at 1.5x speed, meaning you need 30. They also are designed to make use of proliferated Mark IIIs, which give a 25% boost to output. So that 30 becomes 24. Am I correct? Yes. But, except these are... Well, thank you for helping me, I obviously need to double check my setup. Whew. Okay. That was slightly embarrassing. Not really, but whatever. Okay. So, question becomes... And yeah, that is the only setup I have for processors at the moment. Right, because I have some extra... I have an extra producer of it. Yeah. On the home planet, I think I have an ad hoc setup to make those. So just ignoring that, theoretical max 48 per second here. Not including the boost from proliferation. Which is, after proliferation, will be 2 full Mark III belts at a stack of 1. And yeah. So really, I should double this. I should. I'm not going to do that right now. But if I do that, I'm going to need to more than double this. And more than double this. I'm going to need to quadruple this. Because right now, this is at half capacity. Or this is half fulfillment. If I double the demand for it, I'm going to need a total of quadruple. However, I'm not at that point yet. What would... Here, proliferated unstacked blueprints. Proliferated microcrystal. I could fit it in here, and that's useful. I know I only have one setup for this right now. Okay, what's going on here? You know, I just said that I wasn't going to do this right now, and yet here I am. Okay. There we go. 192. Yep, ready to go for when I need to double the... Definitely need more silicon, but what else is new? Especially in this run. I'm still surprised by how little silicon is here. So, what the fuck am I doing? Those over here. There we go. To Zeben. So, what's the bottleneck? Whatever. Deal with that another time. Alright, so let me go to where Dawn is on this planet. Right. This is the gas giant. There we go. I might as well set up the orbital collectors around the gas giant here because, you know, what's one more procrastination? Don't like how there's no progress on the research happening. construction drone flight speed, 18 meters per second. And yet... because my movement speed is 16 meters per second. But I think that the thrusters give you a bonus or some stupid thing. Okay, halfway around. That is a hell of a lot of deuterium being produced. Local planet. What's being produced? Give me a minute. Wow. Huh. Where's the other gas giants? So this one is already fully mined and has a theoretical production of 11.5. This one is fully mined and has a theoretical production of 12. This one hasn't even been fully mined and has a production of 40. Which just shows that you really need to just mine, go around to all the gas giants within like 10 light years. It's gonna be like 4 or 5 of them. And just drop all the orbital collectors. And just take quarter inventory of fuel rods and a quarter inventory of orbital collectors, and you'll be fine. Okay, so each one will harvest about a little less than a vessel every 10 minutes of deuterium. And I have 40 of these happening, so I have 4 vessels of deuterium being produced a minute on average. Alright. So show me this crystal desert. Bump. Okay. There. I do not need to be picking up all this crap. Alright. Okay. Wow. I love it. Oh, there is some copper here. A tiny bit. So, not enough. There's only 20 veins of copper here, but I would be tempted, mind you. I'm not going to do this. And I promise this time. But I would be tempted to have photon combiners here be made on site. And that means smelting iron, smelting copper, assembling copper and iron into green circuits, and assembling green circuits and optical grading crystal into photon combiners, but photon combiners aren't really needed in high quantities. So I just don't care enough. Alright, let's clear some of this crap. Oh, lack of item, because it's not in my inventory. It is in the logistics. Now this is going to be a fantastic rate of harvesting, especially once we come back here with Mark II miners. More than that. Ah, why the advanced items that are building? Here. we done the oil refining then? Have we mined the optical break crystals on Zibin 3? Yes. Have we found a tiny lost planet and turned it into a disco ball? No. Have we made proliferators on 3? I'm gonna call it here for the night. So I'm looking for a place to send y'all for a raid. There we go. Let's check out the server.